That's interesting. Is that a real wick? I don't think so. Nope. Another one. What is going on, Mr. Simon Ainge? Alright, stops under. Oh, wow, holding. Alright. So didn't even go for stops. Folks want in. Alright, let's get in. Little value area up here, 35.32. Might be the spot. Might be the spot. It's alright, we'll buy that breakout. And then let's see. We will take profit right into. See what kind of slippage we get. Sweet. Congrats, man. Glad to hear it. Hey, Ben, can you blow it down now? Blow it really hard. Oh, let me try. I'll help you. I'll help you. Watch. You go from one side of it. I went backwards. What? Yeah. Good one, man. Good one. Yeah, mommy just called me, said I'm full of hot air. Did you try blowing it? Because your blowing technique is very good. Zing. All right, we're getting the phantom wicks here. This is annoying. Compressing. Compressing for sure. This is a nice breakdown today, and then to recover from 113 back to 120 here on Gamestop. Simon says, "What's cracking, man?" Oh, Tesla. Take it to the moon. I played a bunch in this area and all out day trade. But I have been adding today on the retirement account, so. When's the next earnings for Tesla? Like May or something like that? This kind of action is nice. This is what we want. That's such a phantom bar right there. Doesn't, I think Thinkorswim shows that too. Oh, I've got issues with this chart. Really? Anyway. Oh, that's not good. It's the problem when you set your ticks too low and then you come into something like a Tesla on the volume by profile. Sierra chart is now trying to calculate all of this. At too low of a tick setting. So it's grinding it out tick by tick. That's not good. Let's see if we can get into the studies and stop it from thinking so hard. This one might be messing it up. Yep. Ticks per 5. Let's go 100 ticks or $1. Right? Let's see if that speeds it up considerably. Already looks like it's faster. Oh, still calculating. A little better. Now let's go into the volume by price for the daily. Oh, 5 ticks. Let's go 100. There it is. We fixed it. Man. One of the problems with using volume profile in Sierra and having tick by tick data, it's more accurate, but it'll get you into some trouble. Man, this is such a phantom. This is on Thinkorswim too. Let's see. Go look at the daily. See if it's still there. 1 year daily. Yep, it's still there. 867. Let's go see if we see it on the hourly chart. What's that? I miss you too, buddy. You having fun with Mama though? What? Oh, well then maybe go sing her a song. Go sing her a song while holding your red train. And sing her a custom song about trains. Almost like Jingle Bells, but train bells. That's a good idea. All E. Simons unite. Okay, let's go back to the 5. Yeah, even at $1, it looks fine on Tesla. But if we go back to say something like oh, came back in, didn't it? All right. You know, I wonder if this is because this is using Sierra Chart's data feed. You can see the little M here, but it's also using some of Interactive Broker's data feed, which I'm gonna unsubscribe to some of that. Oh, stops under this structure. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. Probably going to be a loser. We'll see. Don't want to have a little false breakout like that and then come back to the body. And then once it breaks down here, it's going to go take out stops. Most likely. That will look to be a buyer around this area. 30 to 31.45. Good morning, Christopher. And the E-mini has broken out of the channel. Ran up against I was gonna say running. Ran up against VWAP today, and then rejected here at 38.60ish. That's where the liquidity is. And back down to the downside. That's alright. Go stop. Gotta admit you're wrong. That's part of trading. My kid is are the volumes right, by the way? The music's a little loud in my ears right now. But I thought I just visually adjusted it correctly. I know there's a little delay, so 8 to 10 seconds, I think. Oh, there it goes. Come on. Choppy trade, which is why I'm on the sim. Oh, I never got the stop, did it? 33.38. I'll tell you what, having time and sales on Sierra chart like this, as opposed to Interactive Brokers, I hate their time and sales. Hate. It's the worst thing. And this is a big improvement. I get to set everything, according to volume filtering and alerts and everything like that. And it just looks a lot better in Sierra chart. Not going anywhere against that trend line right now. There we go, some capitulation happening. Let's see who holds on. Wonder if there's any shortable shares here on Interactive Brokers. There wasn't earlier on Rocket. I'm using a web like a like a standalone. Like it's called like a gateway for Interactive Brokers. That way I'm not using very much memory, so I don't have to keep Trader Workstation open. Nice and light. So you get this one chance to come back in. Let's see. It looks like liquidity's below. Let's see. This 38 handle is, you can see the volume coming in here. You can see it here as well. Point of control right at 34. Man, this flushed this morning here. When it halted, I said, oh boy. Halted here, and then just thump, got all the stops. That was rough. I was watching Trader TV on YouTube, and man, those guys were freaking out. It's like, man, why would you do that? Why would you start buying when it doesn't bounce here at 37.40? Why would you just randomly add from 36.5 all the way to the 35s? Like, a strong stock will bounce here off the top of this pre-market support. Yeah, it's fairly good volume, right? So it'll bounce. It'll come and it'll just bounce, and then maybe it'll try it and then make a higher low or something, and then it'll start to curl up. But when it just kind of comes through, you don't add when it comes through here. You start bailing here. So that was interesting. But this was a level for me. I had it as a green area here. So I got in and I got out into what was resistance, right? This became resistance. So, and then I got in here. I started filling. I was filled at 31.44 actually on decent size. So I got the fucking entry. But I only held right into the 34s. That was my... Actually, I got out some way upper 39s because I always take off some into the 10 SMA. That's just my... That's my shtick. I always get out some, and then the rest I just got out to the 34s. Yep, took that stop. See that? Here, take this one, because I want to see if there's shortable shares here. Let's see. Oh, you know what? This is a sim. Shit. Well, oh well. What's up, Ben? Wait, let me take these headphones off. I can't really hear you. What's that? I know, but I'm working this morning. You see how I'm wearing my working jacket? This is my trading jacket. You like it? Me too. It's really comfortable. So anyway, when I'm working, you have to let me focus, okay? Okay. Because I don't want to have to close these French doors right here. But if you keep coming in, I'll have to close them. It's hard for me to focus when you come in and try to talk to me all the time. Even though I like that you do that, but when I'm working, I really have to concentrate so I make money. Yes. Okay? Alright, thanks. Is Tesla strong? Let's see. 692. Tricky. Tricky. Found all the liquidity from all the people putting trend lines on this like this. Right. Look at the volume here so far. So bought up under the trend line. Right, just a short-term symmetrical triangle, making still a lower, higher low. Tricky. And essentially, on this composite VWAP, all the volume's right in here. And it bounced off that today. So that was the buy. 7 or 675-ish right off of the composite. And this composite is only showing whatever is visible on the chart. So it's not going further back. Yeah. So there it is. So it'll move based on what we show. Let's see. Right? See that showing POC way up here now? Because it's only basing it off of what's visible. So you got to be careful with that when you set it this way. But as soon as you include this area here, that's the ticket. Man, I had it marked down last night, and then I was messing around with it and made some changes. So anyway, you could see a lot of folks are going to have a trend line here. Something like that, right? So, got a bunch of breakout traders here. Now we're selling down. So, in terms of short-term price action, right? Found the liquidity, take profit, right? Some size there, 1,200. Right, 2,000 shares. I've got this time and sales set to highlight anything over 1,000 shares. I went back and played back Rocket. I did a replay of the action from here to here just to see what it looked like, because I wasn't following it yesterday. And pretty interesting the way it moved. You can tell the Robin Hooders went bonkers in this area. Okay, so Robin Hooders were trapped from about here up. That's when the Robin Hooders got really involved, and you could see it in the volume. You could see ones and twos, and this would just be, you know, so this is one order for however many shares, and it was just lighting up. One order for 1 share, 2 shares, 3 shares, and this whole area. And you would see these big cells just totally absorbed. Totally absorbed. Be like 10,000 shares, just totally absorbed. The ones and twos, man. I still think that's a bad candle. Keeps printing these things. Let's see. Delete and download data. Alright, let's do it again. See if it gets rid of it. Yep, sure did. So that's a problem. Alright, anyway, the E-mini, let's turn our attention. Coming back up into yesterday's close at 38.68. So 6 handles off. Lots of buying deltas from 63 to 66. So it's going to be a choppy area here. Likely. Yeah. You see the dip buyers active here. 2,000, 2,000, right? But not making much traction here. The structure's just kind of poor right now. This may take some time to actually play out. And, you know, this is the whole tulip mania pattern, isn't it, right? What? Just on a very short time frame. Blow off. And then, you know, despair, a little bounce, hope, roll over, right? So we'll see. But certainly the usual pattern. Everyone tries to buy the dip. I don't know. Going to take a look at the news right now on this rocket of a stock, RKT. Yeah, these what I call bag holder stocks. Be careful. This is a great way to, especially if you're new to trading, it's a great way to lose a lot of money fast. Treating the stock market like it's a roulette wheel or something. I will tell you, you probably will not be in the game very long unless your risk management is very good. But then you don't make the kind of lotto money that you want to make, right? And then that highlights the fact that you're treating it all wrong. Yeah. Dump it all. Let's see where this thing bottoms. Patience. No need to play here. This is an ugly spot. Just see what it looks like. Here, let's get rid of this. Right. If you followed me for any amount of time on Twitter, you always know I put yellow as stops. This should be yellow now. Here, I'm ignoring my YouTube chat. Oh, there's nothing going on. Okay, cool. BB, you want to take this? Oh, no, never mind. You put so much milk in this coffee. I can't handle it. No, I don't need more coffee. There we go. Just watching futures here on another instance of Sierra chart here. There we go. A little bit of size absorbed here for the Rocket Man. Let's see if they hit those bids and take that level out. But there was a bidder here. There you go. Slammed it. There's the liquidity. And cover some here. You could see it. You could scalp it back to 21. Anywhere from 33 to probably 21. Let's see. Oh, too slow. Oh, maybe not. Not in yet? There we go. If you're gonna scalp it like that, you better tighten up your stops. There you go. And there it is right there to 33.20-ish. Yeah. 400 shares, 80-90 bucks. Doable. Oh yeah. Looks like they're gonna run stops on the E-mini here. Ah, 618 bounce. Might get actually 33.75 or so. Oh yeah, and then you get stops here. Could be a nice bounce actually. Here, let's put this right up here. I'm not interested in trading off the depth of market. Sometimes just nice just to right click the chart and make sure everything's set right and let it fly. there's the subzone. So no fill? I guess not. Yep. Rejecting. So if you're short in this area, you're going to want to cover. So if it loses momentum, thump, back up to the upside. Would be my guess. Let's see. And again, we're looking at around 58.75. Are we going to get it? Let's see. Foop, 58.75. 59. Okay, see, you got your 2 points there. If you entered. 2 points per contract, $100. You could put the stop right under VWAP. 3 ticks for 8 or 9 ticks. It's not bad. It's 2 to 1. Ours. But you got to get out quick. You also have this support here, right there. Right. So if you're kind of anticipating a little bit, right, you get this little neckline, little left shoulder, right, little head, little possible near the trend line, break the trend line, get a bunch of stops, choppy, and then it breaks up, and then if it breaks this area, you know, target the 200 SMA or 3875 to 76 or something. Then you're breaking high of day, right? And just chopping everybody. And if you look at it on a, oh well, the TPO on this is, yeah, the TPO on this is set to stocks, so it's a little different. But anyway. Alright, turn that Dom off and go back to the rocket ship here. See how it handles this candle here in the short term. Little balance here though, for sure. Easy to get chopped up trying to play directionally here. But, you know, as this thing gets less bouncy, a lot of size traders are going to say, I'm out for the day. And size traders are what help cause the volatility. So we're a few hours now into the session, and if we do a whole lot of sideways action, if we don't get anybody stepping up, it can get a little ugly. But certainly stops above this area. I mean, mine are above this area, right? If we come back in here, and stops above here too, but right now, balance, false breakout, more balance. So balance, you could say shifting down. That's one way to look at it, right? Spent time here on a little more volume than where we're at now. And then false breakout, coming back up into this area. So, you know, see if we balance out in this area now. Oh, sorry. Wrong color. Right? See if we just balance out in this area. There's going to be a lot of stops under the 618 of this move here. I mean, a lot of stops. Wouldn't even surprise me if we halt to the downside here. Why? Because a lot of retail traders trade the 618. So we'll see. Right now we have this and this and this and this candle doing this. Making higher lows still, so balancing this area. Let's see if we can get a better view here. Oh, look at the E-mini. Break the trend line. Beautiful. Alright. There it is. Oh, actually just popped it a little bit here. So that actually matters. There, it's inside, so I don't think I can. Oh, I can drag it. Okay. Just barely. Let's see. Too easy to get too precise. We don't want to do that. There it goes. Pops to the upside here. So if you put a short-term trend line, that got, excuse me, that got you. If you're, let's say you're on a 1 minute or something. Here, zoom out. Here, let's just do this. All right. See that? Let's see. No, looks different. One here, here, so probably here. Let's see. Oh, got a little fill. Oh, it's going for it now. Watch the tape here. Here, let's do this. Let's go to our scale settings and just change it to logarithmic here. All right, now we can't adjust it. That's fine. Oh, fully. More short here. All right. This is a nice area to enter. Come on. There you go. You can see the way they were hitting the bid. Even though this is a sim, so your chart's gonna absorption in this area. On the sell side, by the way. And sometimes you'll even see it aggregate here. Right, because I have this set to, oh shoot, that's not right. Same. Oh, I didn't actually change it this morning. Same price and type. Yeah, there you go. So now we're gonna see a little bit better view here. Let's see. So sometimes when you 74, price and type. Just want to see if it's working the way I want it to work here. Yeah, that's what we want for sure. Anyway, when you run into a bid or an ask, and this kind of slows down a little bit, and then it just starts aggregating it at one level, then you know that there's someone big absorbing out a level. Right now we're just getting a lot of chop. So the E-mini did what we thought, which was, alright, we're on 5 minute. We need to go to, or 1 minute, we need to go to 5 minute. Here. This is logarithmic here. It's tough because I'm charting on another screen, so that's actually the trend line I was looking at. I was just saying we're going to get some chop here, and we did. Alright. So essentially, as soon as it breaks down a little bit, if we see it kind of come back in and chop around here, chop around, I think it's likely, given that inverted head and shoulders kind of thing, there's going to be a lot of excited traders looking to try to get long for this trend line break here. So as it kind of chops around and moves up, and shorts are going to get really nervous as you come back into this value area high, I guess. Is that really value area high? Value area high is actually 62.75. This has it as 65. Again, that's the tick aggregation, so this isn't really set up well for futures, but anyway. Tesla. Pretty weak here. Let's see. Looks to me like a bit of a nice fib level, so you want to see how does it react there. Right. Little bounce above the 618, below the 0.5 retracement, so usually get 2 fibs out of this, so you go from here, and 2 fibs is what, 84 to 89, so 5-point bounce. We can say 83 to 88 maybe, so 88. Let's see if it gets there. 88, which would be about the 10. Oops. Thought I had that wrong. Which would be about the 10 SMA actually. No, 688. So let's see if it gets there. Maybe I'll put a symbol. We'll go 687.99, crossing or equal to the last. Show pop up. Okay. And boom, already hit it. Didn't it? Yep, it sure did. That's why it instantly popped up over here. That's crazy. Well, that was fast. Shit. Anyway, where's RKT? Dropping like a rock? Let's see. Not really. Right, took out all the stop liquidity there though. See that? Play the range. We break this bar, it's over. I like selling when stops are getting hit. That's just me. So if I can identify a stop zone, I'll typically enter on the short side there. So let's get out some. Just why? Because went a little gangbusters. De-risk into the liquidity. Whatever. Alright, and do we do this? Do we hit the break even? Right? We'll put some orders down here. And here. And here. Now we have a free position going. And our dailies now, we're now not $1,200 down. Right. If we were to take it off here, we'd be having a winning day. On the sim. I'm having a winning day on my real accounts already, which is a lot more important to me than this. But I still don't want to just enter on stupid rationale. I mean, even if you're on a sim, you're not just slinging orders. You're trying to learn. You're trying to keep yourself sharp so that when the market does move in a way that you want to play on your real account, because it's A++, it's not just chop zone. Right, it gives you a lot of reward quickly, like these areas. Lots of reward quickly. This is reward slowly with maybe B setups, I think. So, not worth playing with real money, in my opinion. Anyway, E-mini down to 57. There we go. People are excitedly looking at the inverted head and shoulders setup here. Here, maybe I can take a screenshot and then drag it over. I'm not going to drag the whole... So I have my live account going on the other screens, so I don't want to mess that up. Let's see. I can't even see what I'm showing folks right now. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's good. We'll take a picture. Boop. Of what I'm seeing on the E-mini. Alright, here we go. Yeah, that works. Really? You're not going to let me drag it? Okay, there it is. So we had this really nice area to play, which ROT I did. And then I haven't touched it since. Although I wanted to get short in here, I didn't. So anyway, now we've got this chop zone here. And I guess here we can mark this chart up, can't we? Let's do this. Okay, we'll do purple. Like that. Like that. Alright, and then we're anticipating like this. Alright. And then traders getting really excited here. I guess we could make a funky looking trend line, right? A nose and two eyes. Or anyway. Or inverted head and shoulders. So, anticipating something like that. Anyway, RKT broke the trend line, popping back in, just chopping. It's alright. We'll get rid of some more. What, 1600? Hey, we're green on the day. Chop chop. Short 800. Looks pretty choppy. Let's watch the volume here, right? Obviously we can see it's moving down. Right. Down, down. And like that. So one thing you want to do is if it pops on volume, right? And it comes to about here, right? 2.2 million. Probably look to cover if it comes down in here. But right now, volume is right. Each time, let's see. So this candle was a downside break candle. Volume at what, 1.58, and then what was this candle? Another breakout candle. Again, volume at 1.53. So you can see the upside. The upside candles are trapping a lot of people here today. So if you get a move to the downside on volume, it's going to move. Because these guys are going to capitulate. So just, yeah, it's choppy. But if we break this, again, the 618 is why we've got the balance. But if we break the 618, you'll probably see volume spike. Because then you just have traders giving up. Like, it's not holding the 618, and that's typically your bullish retracement. Like, you know, you don't hold that. Fuck it. You want to be holding right around 50% of the move back, and then anything below 50% a lot of times gets stops. But right when you come back up and then come back down, and then you keep heading towards that area, well, you know, you can kind of consider the 618 sometimes to be the stop zone just visually. So here it comes. There it goes. Right, see the volume? See as we break the 618 and traders just give up. Oh, I couldn't even move out, get out of the way fast enough. Anyway, well, let's move our stop back up. It's fine. See the volume come up? There you go. Got my stop. That's fine. See the volume picking up now? Picking up, picking up, picking up, picking up. Alright, now you want to get long. Let's see if we can get in. Let's see if we get filled here. There you go. Got filled some. So you can scalp here. Put your stops right underneath the lows, whatever. Ain't a big deal.
We stand together,
See?
united as one. Forward on
Oh, you had a lot of scalpers looking at the same thing. That's fine, we're still gonna get out.
We have not time for that.
We'll put our stop above into break even. Okay, we're out with our stop. Whatever. Anyway, I think it can help people if I'm talking through the price action and where folks are trying to anticipate what people are thinking when it comes in here. Oh, there you go. Got him. That got him. That's a buy. That's liquidity right there. You see that?
We are lost.
So it's probably going to come right back up here to the 3305s. Like something like that. Let's see. Let's fight for it here. Buy limit. Another one.
We are lost.
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Whatever. I don't think I'm going to be wrong. The volume's not too crazy yet. Oh, they're buying with some size. Here we go. Excuse me, Scalp City. There you go. Natural resistance, but
United as
might
one.
pop back a little bit.
Forward on we go.
Then we go for a ride.
Facing friend and foe. We will know what it
Anyway,
is. We have not time for that. If we
what am
make
I long?
mistakes,
800? We don't want to be long 800. Let's be long 400, right? There you go. Now let's get out of that. Let's get out of this. Let's move our stop to break even from entry. If we get stopped, that's fine. Alright, stopped. That's fine. There we go.
we are lost.
Love it. Oh. Ah, I hate when I do that. Ah, oh well.
We are lost.
Let's see if we can get some fills. More fills. Running. Just running. It's alright. Natural price movement here.
We stand together.
Right. Position right here.
As one. Forward on we go. Facing friend and
See the volume pick up?
we will know what it is. We have not
Might
time
even
for
take out the
that.
lows.
If we make mistakes, we are lost.
Whoop. There it is. Alright. Long 400. Let's give it another shot. Move stop to break even. And then some. Alright, let's see if it runs now. I need a countdown timer on this thing. Man, didn't I save this chart? Oh, that's where I put it. Never mind. Let's go find a countdown timer here. We're gonna put it halfway. The vertical position, we'll put it at 98. transparent label background, yes. Countdown timer with the text, a little off-white. Get rid of all the subgraphs. Oh, it's a little big. Let's go to like 10. Hey, that's clean. All right. Oh, I stopped in the meanwhile. That's fine. Whatever. Still making money, giving it a shot. There you go. Well, might as well take out the lows. So let's buy here. Usually get stops right underneath the lows. Let's see if we halt here. Right above the lows. Get some eager beavers. Buying, buying, buying. Look at that. Buying, buying, buying. Look at that. Oh, capitulating. Right back down. Size breaking it. 7, 8,000, 10,000. Looks like more buying, but bounce isn't super fantastic yet. Let's see. Stops above 31.69 a little bit short term. So maybe we pop up here, and then if it comes back down. So there it is. We hit the stops. So stops here. See that? Shoom, 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 shoom. Short-term traders going, okay, get me out of my longs now. This is structure. And capitulate the lows now. This is in the way of the candle, isn't it? Yeah, it sure is. Here, let's do this. Sorry about that. We have 100% retracement of this move now. Do we make a lower low? Well, we already made a lower high. Already made a lower high here relative to this. But this is what double bottoms are made of too, so I don't know. Who knows? What's cracking Indigo Mines? Alright, E-mini and let's see. Left shoulder, I guess we'll call it support zone. All the pattern traders are buying the 53s. So we'll see. I think this is going downtown. Anyway, let's go look at the volume profile. Look at this. Right? See that? Hence why I had this area as a strong buy area to 30.45. Let's see if we can fight for some price here. If we don't get it on first hit, that's fine. Right? If it just breaks the lows and then flies, it's alright. You just buy it as it flies. We'll go hit this buy market or buy the ask. So your chart is quick. It'll go locate the near recent ask and boom, just slam on it. Again, I'm using an API to Interactive Broker Smart Routing, so my fill will be good. It's not like a Robinhood kind of fill where you're like, buy market, and then they fill you 3 points above the market only to Citadel. So they took out the lows by a few ticks. See that? That is kind of funny, actually. So let's see where it goes. Anyway, zoom out a little bit. Right? See the LVN in here? You can see it here too. It's from this day. Little LVN. Just rejecting on that. Why? Because if you shorted here, you're like freaked out right in this area. Nice little bounce. This gets everybody excited. Buy limit. That's fine. Get in. Buy the ask again. Oh, no, that was bad. Buy the ask again. Okay. Look at these orders way up there. So if we break this, then we've got this area here as resistance. So, alright, we'll just do this. Gotta be wrong too, huh? If it goes out and breaks the lows right now, well, get out. Right, little stops here. Get me out of here. So it's about 1 to 1. So if we're wrong, oh well. 1,200 shares. 31. Yeah, give back most of this DPL here. But that's okay. Still, again, it's still 1 to 1. Right? Come back to the lows, that's weakness. I want to be stopping near the lows, not below the lows. That's a little too high then, isn't it? Alright, there we go. Why? Because if you break the lows, there's already going to be stops here. It's probably just going to go boom. You get a little liquidity problem. Watching the time and sales. Ooh, this is a resting area here. Two nice volume bars. If you just have diamond hands here, this will pop. So market's in a resting state here. 3 minutes left on this 5-minute candle. A little bit of a resting state. Likely it pops to this area. Might just have to be a little patient. And if you stop, you stop. But if you engulf this and then close here, then shorts are on the ropes. Rut row. See, as soon as it breaks this candle, some profit taking. But you have to be thinking about the other side here. There are some size traders looking to short today, so we'll see. Let's see if they trap them here. This would be the trap area for the short side. Yep. Absorbing. See that? You see the cells? Not going anywhere. The bid is moving up. So let's see. Hey Kyle J, I'm using the Ivy Gateway. It's just the API IB Gateway. It's nice and light. So I don't have Trader Workstation open. Which I kind of like having it open sometimes because, you know, it gives you like short amount of shortable shares and stuff like that, but, you know. Sorry if you asked me that a little bit. Sorry if you asked me that a little while ago. I'm looking left. I have 3 screens, so I'm looking left at my IBKR and Sierra chart instance. Futures rolling over. Yeah, the IB Gateway is nice if you don't want to track your positions directly in Trader Workstation. So one thing to know is that like your trade orders and your like down here, your trade positions, sort of bottom right of my screen. Did I get stopped? I think so. Yeah, 800. That's fine. Yeah, I didn't quite lose all my profit there. One thing to know with Sierra chart, that looks like I'm going to stop. Okay, that's fine. Still winning. It's alright. See, this is what I'm talking about. You get a little bit of a liquidity issue here below the lows. See that? Now I'm long. So that's going to make up some 800. This is a nice area. You just got to let this go. Alright, bring your stops up to around this area. This might be the buy of the day right here on Rocket. Might be. Alright, a little more long. This whole area. May have to go jump on my account here. Anyway, with the IB, sorry, I'm looking at index futures here. Playing index futures here. Beautiful. I like this action. We'll give it a little bit of space because I think it's gonna halt to the downside. It's a little bit of a liquidity crush here. And we want to fight for that. So we're going to go here. There you go. I like being long right here though. Strong hands, diamond hands. Anyway, I was going to say, Kyle J, the IB gateway, it just shows you here. I'll show you. Right. It's just this. That's all it is. I don't know why the market data farm is disconnected or the historical data farm. I'm not really sure why. I gotta look into that. But I'm using Sierra chart. You know, just data for equities, and then I'm paying for the Nasdaq NYSE Amex at 1050 a month plus the 25, so 35 a month. And then I'm going to get rid of some of my IBKR data. I just don't care enough about level 2 to be honest. So anyway, it's nice and light and it doesn't, you know, when you have so many instances of Sierra chart like me, I've got 3 going, and all of them using volume by price studies and TPO charts and stuff. I start to stretch myself a little thin. You could see I don't really have any issues right now with like speed. Everything's working perfectly. But, you know, I don't want it to get there. And I didn't get fills here. Okay, well, I want to be more filled here. See that volume? Capitulating right into support. That's the thing. People don't watch these macro levels here. See that? They're capitulating right where shorts are looking to get out. Like literally they're right on it. So yeah, it might go further. Might even come in through here. But you're gonna see aggression on the short side here as we get into this area, the 29s, 30s. Which is why I'm fighting for it, man. I want to get filled in here. But I already started filling here. I'm anticipating that other traders are going to see the same thing, and that there's real shorts there, and they're gonna buy, and we're probably going to see a bounce to like 32, 33. where did my family go? Cool. The first of or second of the month is when I start taking out all my prior month's profits from accounts. So I'm getting all these emails. Oh, it's just a good feeling. Not necessary to take out money every month, but as a trader, I like seeing that inflow and just getting rid of all the cream on top and then starting it again. I've definitely been the trader in the past that, it's like, okay, we don't need to take money out for a few months. And psychologically, for me, there's something different about not, putting it in the bank after you've, logged some winning, some winnings over the last month. So see the size coming in, covering 7,500, 10,000, another 10,000. Yes, there is some overhead inventory. You can see this. But this is where you flush a lot of it, huh? That kind of move. Plus, you gotta squeeze them. Gotta squeeze those hedge funds that are all short. And those size traders that are all short. Alright, there it is. Is it stops hit galore? Yep, there it is. All the stops got hit right there. And I got filled into 29s. So long, 3,200. Let's add. And add. And add. And add. They're trying to crush. They're trying to crush diamond hands here. Not going to happen. ES breaking down a little bit more here. All right, there you go. All out. All in. Boom. Long 6,400 at 30.06. Let it run. I'm wrong below 29s. Whatever. You got to be willing to be wrong. When stops fill, I get a happy voice. It says stop filled. Why? Because you do want to control your risk. That's what keeps you in the game. There is no such thing as a risk-free game. Just buy and hold and you'll be fine. That only works if you bought Bitcoin, right? HODL? No, even then it won't work long term. I'm just letting you guys know. You're probably going to end up selling the bottom. That's what happens. Hey Christopher, sorry about the delayed. I'm just looking at again my left screen, so I'm missing what's going on my far right screen. 3 Sierra chart on the same home computer. Same home network. Yeah, that's so you use a different data feed for interactive brokers or or I should say your trading. That's going to get confusing. You use a different trading connection. See, look at the covering. You use a different trading connection when you want to trade on a different account like interactive brokers, right? Because if you go up here into like file, trade, Yeah, see this? Current selected service, interactive brokers trading, right? You could be, let's say you're on CQG AMP, you got to select that, right, for your whole instance of Sierra chart if you want to trade your futures account. I mean, I could trade my futures account here through interactive brokers too, but if you want to be trading, look at that. If you want to be trading on an account, you need to select your trading service that you're trading from. Here, I've got music up in my headphones too loud here. Let's turn it off. SoundCloud goes away. Probably slowing down my feed too. Anyway. Now I can concentrate a little better. Look at me willing to give up all my profits here in this sim. This is probably a B. You know, it's a shit stock, so it's like a B plus setup. It's not an A plus plus setup here. But it's not a bad setup. For a setup to go to B plus plus or whatever status for me, means it has to meet some criteria. Bigger levels, right? Short-term price action. And for it to be A++, it probably has to not have the Tulip Mania structure. But these produce some pretty wicked bounces, as we all know. Wicked bounces. You just have to be willing to buy into the death at the levels, right? So anyway, point of control right here. For this whole move up, point of control was 29.53. So meaning the most volume transacted right here out of this breakout. So you're going to get traders rebuying this level, you're going to get shorts covering. And yes, you have all this volume from here all the way up, which is overhead. So could it go take out my stops? Sure. But I'm a first bounce kind of guy. No music. It's a little disconcerting. I had music all morning. Anyway, let's go zoom in. But you know, Christopher, because you're paying for your data feeds, like say Denali or whatever, you see this M right here in front of the RKT. It's kind of small, but it's bracket M. That bracket M is denotes that you're connected to a Sierra chart data feed, right? So for futures and everything else, like if I click over here to the ES, right, and I look at my depth of market, right? See how it starts out hardly anything. Now watch. Oh, it just started using Denali. Started using depth of market. So even though I'm connected to interactive brokers, in terms of data, right, not routing, but data, you're seeing tick by tick data that you're paying for with Sierra chart. Okay, so I can see all that crazy depth. So it's a good setup. Sierra chart will just automatically use whatever data you're paying for. Even though, you know, looking back at file trade services, I'm still connected to the trading for interactive brokers. That's for routing. For data, you're still getting what you're paying for. Hope that makes sense. Oh, look at the bounce. Double bottom. Perfect double bottom, short term. Ruh-roh. So yeah, I know it does get a little confusing for people like, oh, data routing, multiple data feeds, exchange fees, right? Which are the fees that the exchanges actually charge you, like the NASDAQ or the CME. Those fees are like their fees saying, hey, for you to even connect to our exchange, we're going to charge you. But the data itself, um, these are what data providers charge you. And this is what Sierra Chart, provides, um, which allow you to see like the tick by tick data, and some data feeds are better than others. Interactive Brokers uses like GFR or something, and it's just so terrible. I don't know why they do that with such a great smart routing system that they have. IBKR smart routing is really wonderful, right? See this? Take out these highs. Let's go. Let's go get it. We'll start to. You see this structure right here? Okay, so that would be rollover. We'll take out a head, but I still think it's probably gonna chop a little bit here, but it's gonna break upside. So patient plays. Just take off some risk as it chops around. That's fine. Be such a. All right, that's about the area. And then this is the area that you go take some more profit, right? About here. My kid throwing little drama, little dramatic. My wife tells him, "No whining, don't whine." Little over 3. He's he's learning manipulation. Well, they learn it at an earlier age than that, but it's more sophisticated now. And I think he's more oftentimes he's more consciously aware that he's doing it. And because he's consciously aware, now he gets to be blamed for it. Oh, double bottom, double short turn top. What a chop zone. Ah, I hate being wrong. It sucks. Yeah, it's all batch. It's just like Thinkorswim, but the integration for Thinkorswim when it's running well is a little better. Kyle, it's a little bit better. But I just don't know why they do that with IBKR. It's like it's if you're using their pro, it's not like it's the cheapest thing out there. Just use a decent or give people the option of decent data. Whatever. That's right. That's why I'm integrating Sierra Chart. The execution part of it is for me it's a lot better than interactive brokers. I still need interactive brokers for options. When I'm into playing options kind of day. So in that case, I'll just, I won't even, excuse me, won't even open up Sierra Chart for IBKR. Man, look at that range. A dollar up, a dollar down, a dollar up, a dollar down. At the very least, this is telling you that momentum into this area is slowing. So if you're a careful long and you like to buy on momentum, not anticipating this is going to be a level, you're already thinking about getting long here. So that's interesting. It's something just to think about. Oh, this move on ES, the E-minis right now is just persistent. Just persistent. What sucks is that I do pay for level 2 on IBKR, but I'm obviously not seeing it here in Sierra chart. So I don't know. Maybe there's a setting in Sierra chart that I'm missing for this. Sierra chart's level 2 market depth interfaces, I must say, pretty terrible. Where is it? File. Market depth window. Look at that. I mean, look at that. All right, it doesn't even mirror. I don't know if can I even move it? Let's see. Are these movable? I don't see any settings for this window. Maybe there are settings. I don't know. And I know that for the market depth, you have to be on the exchange that you want to see market depth for. So right now, I'm on RKT, which is smart. This, because it's smart, it's not going to give you level 2. So I answered my own question, didn't I? Dumbass. My brain was separating this from this. Are you guys following along? Does it, what I'm saying making sense? I might be filling in the gaps while I'm talking in my head and not explaining it very clearly. In order to see level 2, you have to, Sierra chart only allows you to see it if you specify the exchange in the symbol. Okay, since this is just vanilla RKT with smart routing, you're only going to see best bid ask. That's it. Hope that makes sense. Maybe I should go. Well, then I'm going to lose visibility on my orders. I think. I was thinking, what if I go change to exchange specific? I don't even know what the symbol is. I'm not familiar enough with the is it symbology? No, it's not. The symbols in the symbol structure. Let's see. Do they make it easy? All right, let's enter search text. So it says enter search text. Okay, so let's do RKT. No, I can't. Let's see. Search by symbol. Let's see. No, it's just there. Let's try this. Maybe it'll give me more. Nope, that just searches all of this. Let's see. I wish it gave me all the exchanges. I don't know what that. I don't know how to configure it. I'd have to look it up on Sierra chart. I remember reading about it, but I just don't know enough about the way that the symbols are supposed to look. I think it's something. You know, I'll go look it up. I'll go look it up on Sierra. I'm on a sim. Might as well just spend the time to do it. Sierra chart. IBKR. Symbol for exchanges. There we go. Symbols. Stock formats. Okay. All right. US stock formats with smart routing. Yeah, so that's what I'm using. Okay. With specified exchange. Okay. Stock. Smart. Okay, let's try that. Let's see. Let's cancel this. Is that going to get me what I want? Yeah, not found. Do I need to put a space in there? Maybe I do. Wait a second. It started to do something earlier. Let's go back. Nope. NASDAQ USD, so that didn't really work. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's saying or. Right? Maybe it's not smart slash. Maybe it's just NASDAQ dash NASDAQ USD. Nope. What a pain. The component exchange separators, the backslash. Okay. Smart NASDAQ USD. So that should work. Yeah, that should have worked. Symbol settings not found, which is fine. But I still don't think it's giving me level 2. Nope. Maybe if we go up here, let's test some of our prior assumptions. Market depth window. Nope. Why is that not working? Yeah, but it's Kyle. It's it's not level 2 because I should be seeing all the way down. I pay for that on IBKR. I don't know. Maybe I need to disconnect my data feed. All right, let's try that. And connect. No. Download complete. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know. Again, is it that important for how I trade? No. Well, the exchange separator is the backslash. Alright, alright, I'll give it a shot. I appreciate your input very much. I'm just reading from. I think that's what you're. Yeah, same thing. Right? Wait, did it work? It changed it. Look, see? See how it changed it? Watch. Put it in there, hit apply. It changes it. Well, because when you set up your API with IBKR, you actually specify the exchange separator as, I'm sorry, forward slash. So, and that's in the IBKR setup instructions, right? So, anyway, you can see how it went and changed that right there back to a forward slash. I said backslash, I meant forward slash earlier. But it's still not giving me level 2. Time to read a little bit more. So I'm off the chat screen, so I'll come back to it for a little bit here. Da, 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 da. Oh yeah, you copied and pasted in the notes, didn't you? Yeah, you're reading the same thing I am. Yeah, so there's no M displayed, so I'm not using Sierra Charts data. So I think I'm doing it right. Yeah, well, the second solution is let Sierra Charts support know what the more detailed symbol format is. And then they set up the proper mapping. So maybe they don't have the proper mapping in. I don't know. All right, let's go test it with oh, did it take me out? Probably did. Yeah, it probably took out all my stops, whatever. Let's go test it with Apple. All right. All right. So, Apple, let's go into chart settings. Again, we can't see level 2, so let's go into Apple. What was it? STK Smart slash NASDAQ. Let's see if this works. So I would assume Apple would be. The reason I'm testing it is I would assume Apple would be mapped properly because it's so common. Da, 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 da. See how it says none up here for symbol? Let's see our charts. Symbol study. Display symbol study. Come on. Taking your sweet time. Here, I'll go back and read the chat now. Yeah. No, they don't make it easy. It's not a good integration. But I don't know. I prefer to trade from Sierra Chart with stocks over interactive brokers. Still, So we'll see. And the charting is obviously just so much better. I don't like having thinkorswim open on the side. Although I don't know. Now that I'm thinking about it, for information, oftentimes I use the thinkorswim squawk. Okay, let's see. Historical complete. Right, it's still giving me an M. Jeez, come on now. You are trading, aren't you, Apple? I know it gave me an error. Maybe I did it wrong. IBKR is better than a lot of the other ones, especially with their smart routing. I mean, most of the retail brokerages are pretty shitty in terms of order matching and stuff like that, especially for options and stocks. It's like terrible. IBKR does a good job with Pro, with smart routing. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Maybe that's the problem. I don't know. Let's see. Uh-oh. Yeah, here we go again. Mother bleeper. Here, let's do an hourly. Jeez. Problem is all these let's see if we can get in here. Hide these. Let's see if hiding these studies makes a difference here. Hide. Right side. Hide. Apply. Well, it's just gonna still reload it, but is it going any faster? It's just hiding it. I don't know if it's not calculating it. Let's see. This is where you say, I don't have time for this shit. Yeah, maybe. Just looking again. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I am missing it because of the .usd. Alright. Let's do it again. Symbol settings not found. Bullshit. Yeah, it's doing something weird on me here. Whatever. Yeah, same shit. I don't know. Don't know. At this point, just don't care. I'll look at it and read about it later. There's probably some threads um, on Sierra Chart forums. Oh, am I still? Am I in a long again? Oh, jeez. I don't even know what happened here. What did I do? I just never stopped out, huh? Oh well. Just let it go. So anyway, not perfect, but if you focus on all of the imperfections of the level 2 and let it frustrate you, I'm sure it'll frustrate you a lot. I will figure it out. I will read about it. Um, but later. But let's be honest, Sierra chart is not up to speed in terms of converting symbol formats and stuff like that. I know IBKR is just, as they say, unnecessarily, from Sierra chart's perspective, complex. But puts the burden on Sierra chart to communicate and lock everything in. So, and probably just a lot more back end. And I'm not sure it fits with the vision that Sierra chart has for their software, which is ultra fast, etc. Oh, yeah, well, whatever. I mean, this is a sim, so it's. I was just talking through the issues of. See, that's why I don't even care about having the DOM on or off. I mean, it's decent for, like, if you want to get a fill or whatever. But, and this DOM is controlled by this trade window, it's called. So it's nice for quick fills, but like if you're gonna buy a level or whatever, you can just right click anyway and just buy a limit and it'll enter whatever's here. Whatever. Big volume right there. Big volume here. Yeah. Let's go back into the studies and turn these on again. Again, it really only matters. Let's go 15-minute so we can see all of this a little bit better. On the 200 for the 15-minute here too. But yeah, could be a choppy little zone here, but let's see, long 4,000. I still think it's going to bounce to 31. And then I still think it's going to bounce to 32. Just how does it get there? Do we get a wick? Do we go sideways and then pop? Do we do it after hours? This isn't a day trader's dream anymore, is it? It was exciting in here. I still think a lot of the size traders just took a snooze. Eating sushi somewhere on the street right now. 10 o'clock, algo hour for the E-mini. Yeah. Ugh. Let me see if I can pull something up here. It doesn't matter. Just no market depth. Whatever. Oh, I took out stop sign. That's alright. What's up, Mr. 727? These things have, a rocket has a little bit of negative correlation going with, you know what? That's stupid. Never mind. I was going to say negative correlation with the E-mini, but broadly, no, it's not true. Let's see. Studies. I think it's correlation coefficient. There it is. Let's put it onto. Oh, I have to add a chart, don't I? Meh. Forget it. I was gonna throw a correlation coefficient with the E-mini, but shoot, why not? I'll just do it. Okay, what chart service am I on? I'm on, yes, 202103 Globex. I think that'll get gets me. All right. Get rid of the title bar. Okay. This is a 1 minute chart. Yeah, that's all I need. Okay, let's go. Oh, what did I do? Chart settings, 5 minute. All right, now we have it. What is this? ID. Oh, it's number 2. Okay. We'll call this email. Yes. Reference 2 or ID 2. All right, now we can go in here. Let's make a little. I didn't add it and keep it there, did I? Nope. Okay. So let's go find it. So the input array is here. Say last. Input array 2 is the reference, I think. What is going on here? I guess I have to do add symbol and then do the core. Well, I guess I didn't need that chart. All right. Studies. It's been too long since I've done. There we go. Added a correlation coefficient in Sierra chart 21. 0 globe X, right? 1 volume hide. All right. That should get us that. So it's being hidden. Whatever. All right. So. Oh. Data doesn't like that, does it? That's interesting. Look at that. Sierra chart does not like me adding that symbol. That's interesting. That slowed it down quite a bit. Anyway, go back into the studies. Where's that correlation coefficient? Add it. Alright. Symbol right there. Last. Input array 2. Which is. Oh, we'll just apply it. Nothing burger. Just a nothing burger. Generally correlated. Let's see. 1 minute. Same as the 5. It's just confusing to look for correlations. Doesn't make any sense to do that, does it? Only at major inflection points. But this is just a little shit stock on the daily, or on the today. So why would you look for that? Let's see, this move. Yeah, little, let's see. Here to here. Yeah, it just did its thing. It's just a pump. Doesn't matter. Anyway, studies. We'll get rid of this here. Let's move this down. Get rid of the. Is it 5 minute? Okay. Look at the E-mini, going for it. No, I don't have any GME. I was looking at it, but no GME. I'm gonna get rid of this E-mini here. There we go. But I think GME is just chopping sideways at the moment. My data provider, data providers are Sierra Chart, and then I'm subscribed to the Nasdaq NYSE Amex that Sierra Chart provides. So it's bar charts is who Sierra Chart uses for the equity side. And then I'm also using Sierra Charts for futures. Denali. And then because this is connected to Interactive Brokers, it's should have been using IB for some of it, but yeah. It's not for the level 2 because I don't know how to map my symbols, or Sierra Chart hasn't mapped their symbols, so whatever. This works fine. I'm in early days of using this. Anyway, back to the Rocket Man here. Oh, I guess didn't get out at all, huh? De-risk that one. You gonna reject before this area here? Maybe. Yeah, I was buying some of the like level 1 market data through interactive brokers, but I switched it over to Sierra charts, and they have bar charts, but it's just so you buy your like Sierra chart exchange. I forgot what it's called. Basically your data feed, and it's got something like 750 symbols or something you could do, or maybe 250 to start out with. But then you have to pay for the exchange data. So in this case, the exchange data is like 1050 a month or something, and that's NYSE, Nasdaq, and then New York Stock Exchange. So then I just remove some of the data with IB, but I think I'm paid up through the end of this month. They already took out funds. Poor timing on my part, but whatever. It wasn't very much money. It was like 30 bucks or something. And paying for the level 2 and all of that. So, and then with IB, to have level 2, you have to have the level 1. So anyway, I should have all the level 2 because I paid for it, and it already was deducted from my account. So I think it all expires at the end of March or early April. So we have broken the 10. Let's see how it's been moving. Let's see, this is the 10 SMA, this light teal. And when the 10 tries to oh, this is a funky. Oh no, that's the open. Okay. I thought that was this area. When the 10 runs into the 20, kind of price just moves off. Same with this. Kind of tried, but here we are again. So we've got some separation between the 10 and the 20, and we're seeing what we would call probably consolidation. So let's see if it makes a move. For you Elliott wave theorists out there, if you count only the regular trading hours, 1, 2, 3, I don't know, something like that. We'll just do this. De-risk this. Oh wait, that hasn't filled yet. Here. So now we have a bounce, halfway points about here. So if we start to break 2920s-ish, yeah, then probably a little rollover. Just trending down. So maybe one more wave, but I don't put a whole lot of stock into that kind of TA. I like this as a long, this whole area. All the way from 30 all the way to 29s. And this 29, 40, 50 was definitely some short covering here. So, but these moves, when they grind sideways like this, a lot of bigger money will wait and see if the longs just capitulate down, and then if they can de-risk, they will below. So, there's a lot of folks short here. Tons of volume here, so tons of volume. So right now the supply is coming into the market, and that's why you get this move down like this. So you have to flush it, but price can move a lot. Price can move a lot more against you than your account can handle. Thanks, babe. Yeah, if you want, Ivan, if you want level 2, um, if you like really require level 2 for your charting software, like if that's completely necessary, then don't use Sierra. I'll just tell you right now, it's bad. It's not good. Too long takes too long to navigate it, but if level 2 doesn't matter and time and sales and volume profile, TPO charting, etc. is all for you. Number bars, all of that stuff, right? Then I would use Sierra. It's good, right? So here's the TPO chart for this. Let's look at it for Tesla, right? And you can modify the crap out of this. Again, I'm only using TPO for time here, not volume. So no volume profiles put on here, right? But you could do all kinds of stuff. Number bars. Again, for stocks, number bars can be it's a little challenging. Like footprint and stuff. That's a little challenging with the spreads and the movement you get. I was messing around with it some last night and I got it to sort of show me some of the rotations, but again, because it's measuring like for the most part every tick, it's just measuring every tick. The number bars tend to be even too stretched, so it doesn't make that much sense. Let's see if we draw VBP. Let's see what happens here. No, I don't have it. Yeah, I don't have my volume by price set up except for the standard. So here's volume, right? But yeah, see, it doesn't even want to get rid of it for me. That's a bug. It's kind of buggy right there. See that? VBP right there. Remove. I'm trying to do non-standard things here without things set up correctly. Still does give me a volume by price study or market volume profile, however you like to refer to it. Let's see let's see what RKT's doing. What do you mean all they have is the DOM? What you're looking at right here is Sierra chart. And I have heard of Ticino Trader. He's really good at making chart books. I've subscribed to him in the past. Once he moved off of Patreon, I just never subscribed. And I've been talking about it now for quite a few live feeds that I'm going to resubscribe. But Ivan Mueller, I'm not sure what you're referring to when you ask, yeah, all they have is the DOM, right? Are you talking about Sierra chart? You got to realize there's a like 8 to 10 second delay. So, when you're hearing it and responding back, by the time I've already been talking about something else. So All right. What a loser so far. This is what happens when you fight the trend. Anyway, let's see. Here's the high. Here's the trend. Yeah, it's bending it, see? See, this trend line is being bent or curved. It's because of this setting. Log. Anyway. Now it's straight. Anyway. And then there's another setting in your chart settings that says, do you want to curve it? When you're using log scale. Let's see. All right, let's. One, two, three. But who knows where it ends up? Might end up down here then. Yeah, anyway, this will just stop if it goes lower. I don't care. This could be such a patient play here. Bad day trade setup. Good, maybe at this point, maybe a good. If you play real small, like really small, like 5% of your account on it or something, depending on how big your account is and how you impact the market. But just buy a little bit into this area if it gets there. It'll probably pop overnight or tomorrow or something like that. But right here, right now, eh, not an A plus day setup. You're pissing in the wind, fighting the trend. It's not a good thing. It's already demonstrated it's weak. So you would have wanted to see a low, right, off the morning. And then if it was strong, it would be already in here, consolidating. Making the opposite of what's happening here, right? Higher lows and higher highs relative to prior consolidations. Instead, we've got consolidate, consolidate. Now we're consolidating. But running out of steam. Running out of steam to the downside. Definitely. So maybe we'll get one more wave down. If we get here, I'd go on my real account and just buy some. Not much, just buy for a little swing. Where's Tesla at? 676. What a fart. What a stinker. Ay, ay, ay. Get rid of all that. That volume on the open is fun. But as we get into this little, that's Just not fun to play. Hence why you gotta know when to walk away for the day. Hmm. Oh, this stock just got decimated. This is why you don't put all your eggs in one basket, right? Jeez. There goes the E-mini. Lower low. Trend down. Oh, I'm a bit of a dunce. Okay, let's do this. Okay. Well, okay. And no. Okay, well. Let's try that. No, because we know it's that. Well, exchange separator now. Let's give that a shot. Nope. Yeah, no matter what I do, I can't get level 2 when following instructions. see you were seeing a little bit of absorption here. Things should start to pick up here. 11 o'clock my time. 2 p.m. Eastern. the bid on Rocket. Let's see. Some big orders covering here. Right? All that. So anyway, I've been reading through Sierra chart, um, their support board, and in the symbol, uh, you can't use, for example, STK and Smart to get ordered level 2. But even if I try to get level 2, although even though I'm subscribed with IBKR, I don't get it. And then they talk about, well, we need to map those symbols. And so anyway, trading shouldn't have to be so manual where if you just want to trade a stock, you got to go to the support board and tell them, hey, can you map these symbols and blah, blah. We live in an automated world, so for level 2, it's not good. So if you require level 2, don't integrate Sierra with IBKR, which is really one of the only stock brokers that they're integrating right now. Definitely. Now, I think Sierra Chart is working on a level 2 data feed for NASDAQ, New York Stock Exchange, and the American Stock Exchange. But they keep pushing out the completion date. I think the last I read was like sometime in April, and they're working on the direct routing CME for futures right now. So that's going to take precedence as Sierra Chart is their main focus is the futures market. So who knows? Maybe by later this year we'll have our level 2 for NYSE, NASDAQ, and Amex, and boy, I would be a happy camper. And just get rid of all my data with IBKR and just pay Sierra Chart. every month. Let's look at the profile. Buying, 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 buying. I'm not getting anywhere. But if we break 30, 30.05, it's going to get somewhere, I think. In a hurry, but we'll see. Right now, it's not too promising. And the E-mini. Let's see if we can break lows here. What? Uh, 3 points off the intraday lows for ES. We have singles to break at 38.31.75. That's from prior structure. Just FYI. And that's on the E-mini. It's from many moons ago. Well, a few moons. So let's see. It's not significant structure. It actually was done in extended trading hours. So, but we are up against a ledge here at 34.75, and I would expect that to pop and extend down a little bit, but might take a few minutes to do that here in what, J period. I still think we'll go get our J lows here pretty soon. Still within balance today on the E-mini. Or I'm sorry, initial balance, which has not been broken today. So we'll see. Uh-oh. See the trend line on Rocket? Starting to bust a little bit. Let's see what happens. See if breakout traders get smoked here. Moving down like very easily here on Rocket. See that? Very little volume breaking this to the downside. Look at that. Yeah. I don't know. Looks like one of those days where everybody who's looking for follow through gets wrecked. So I don't know. Maybe we probe the lows a little bit, but wouldn't surprise me to bounce back into the value, um, into the value area. This is one of those days where all the linear traders who are like, I like to play breakouts, they just get kind of torn up because right where it gets near a level where it's a breakout, um, on a neutral day, that also happens to just be support. So so anyway, yeah, we're 7-8 points off this last swing low. So yeah, that's kind of what it looks like. Those are my thoughts, Christopher. Not exactly fun. Yeah, that's what looks like it's kind of happening here short term. I don't know. What are your thoughts, Christopher? What do you think? This is what I'm talking about, right? Initial balance is here to here. So right now we've not extended outside of it. Here's singles below, right? So J is, you know, resistance would be the value area, but it just looks likely to come down. Let's see. So we'll see. You guys going somewhere? Cool. Have fun. Sweet. I'm gonna miss you guys. Oh, that's really nice. You're my two favorite people in the world. All right. Adios. Arrivederci. Пока. До свидания. Adios, amigo. Ciao. No, I'm good. Yeah, thanks. Pop them lows. I tried to break, and then still not there yet. So sometimes you need a flush to go up. But the flush is where this sim will de-risk. Just because of poor entry. You can always get back in. See? And by poor entry, I mean, is it really that poor relative to the overall level? Yeah, not really. But it is poor entry for a, let's just say it's a day trading size or something, right? You got to tighten up your stops more. If you had, like I said, 5 or 10% of your account, right, and you can afford to lose that money as far as notional value with, say, a 2 or 3% or 4% stop on that position. So a 2 or 3% stop of that position size, not on your account, but of that position size, then you could, widen out your stop and just kind of let this thing, maybe put a profit taker up at 34, 35. That'd be a totally different game here. You'd still have 2 R's of reward and, just let it run. But, this setup here today is more of a day trading kind of setup, isn't it? Tight stops. Looking for a precision entry and then moon. That low volume node here through 3150. If we come back through it, it'll probably move fast through that area. So, maybe you can afford to be wrong several times until you get your 3R winner, but you don't want to let this turn into a 3R loser. De-risk it and then see how it behaves. And if it comes down here, well, then you're out. And if it comes down here, well, depending on how it comes down here, maybe back up the truck. All right, here comes the E-mini. Hunting those lows here. I'm on my actual account on the E-mini, so won't say what I'm going to do with the E-mini here. Ah, thank you for that, Christopher. Still pretty bad volume on the E-mini here, so. Yeah, T+2 is above us though. Kind of interesting. Here, I'll take a picture of it, drag it over, because it is actually really interesting. Let's see, let's sketch it out here, and then we'll draw it, and then we'll just point out here that right up here, right? You see that? That's T+2. So just something to consider. Here, drag it out a little bit so we can see it better. See that? T+2. See the overnight. Resistance for all the hedge funds for the next day. Like a big hammer right there at T+2. Oh, come on, it wants to bust this. Oh, this is good structure, actually. Alright, time to just do this. Buy the ask, buy the ask, buy the ask. I like this structure. And if it comes down a little bit, that's even better, right? Oops. Undo this here. Alright. Would want to be a buyer. I like this setup. I like this setup for the upside here. There you go. Come on, E-mini. Crack those lows. Shorts might be out of juice though, who knows. Still, we're in a gap here, the 3-1 gap, look. Now I would like to see the gap filled from 2-2. So anyway, I would like to see the 3805s fill. Kyle, my account is very big because it's a sim account. Which you can see it right here. Sim 1. You might be even cracking a joke. I don't know. But it's huge. It's unlimited. Actually, I don't think it is unlimited. But I don't know that Sierra chart cares when it comes to account size in sim. I've done silly things on the sim and it doesn't seem to matter. It just puts you in positions, takes you out. I can reset it, whatever. I need to start like doing squats or something. I've been sitting here too long. Oh, I've got a standing desk, so. All right, let's see if we make a little low here on the ES. Yep, new low. Come on, singles at 31. You could do it. This kind of action is just like, where's the commitment to sell the lows, right? Let's see. Let's look at the footprint here. Volume building at 33 and 32.75. So let's see. Prior small. Oh, jeez. Prior small volume node at 35. Oh, there we go. There you go. There's the commitment. Is it commitment or is it just longs giving up? Just weak longs. Who knows? But there's a big volume node popping up here at 33 to 32.50. So some volume down here. 955 contract imbalance to the downside at 32.50. So you could say that's some absorption. So some de-risking here from 32.75 into 35.25. So there's your 8 to 12.10, 8 to 12 tick de-risking on the bounce. So let's see. The algos sure are good at getting in and out fast, aren't they? Look at Rocket going nowhere. And the E-mini, what, made a low by a tick? Is that right? Was that a tick? Might have been a tick or two. That's ridiculous. Actually, a few ticks. Okay. 33, 30, a point or something. Anyway, we got our J-Lo. 4 minutes left until K. So if we pop back up to the upside, then it's just a painful day for breakout traders. Yeah, if Sierra chart could make a really nice option chain, integrating the basics, all the Greeks in there. Nothing fancy, no crazy analysis, just a basic, nice looking option chain. Oh my god, I would be happy. I would instantly sign up probably 100 people to see our chart. Because on the equity side of things, that would just make, with a decent level 2, oh, it would become more of an all-in-one charting or package, like software package charting package solution, right? Just integrating. Rut-row. All right. Let's see. 20 SMA is resistance for this range. We pop it, we're probably looking at 29.82. And what you want to see here is on time and sales, any selling getting absorbed. Right now it's not heavy, but here comes the selling, okay? Does it push price back down quickly? Or does it just get absorbed here, right? So we'll see. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, you shorted the bottom, didn't you? Why? Why do people do this? Because one, two, three. People love the third pattern. It's like, well, it's obvious to everyone. It's going to do it again. It's already happened twice before. Rule of 3, my friends. Screwed. Why aren't I taking any profit? Because it's not really about how much you're in profit. It's about where the price can move. Duh. 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 There you go. An hour and a half on the E-mini. Lazy pullback here. So far. Channeling on the E-mini. Let's see if we, crack these lows on volume. All right, let's see what we get on this pullback here. Is this the false break and then resumes trend? Or do we go for it here short term? That is the question. It looks like it has juice to run. Yep, looks like it has juice. You can kind of think of this as a rate of change, huh? You can also draw another trend line. I'm not talking about it out loud, but you can go do this. Right. Now everybody goes, oh, that's the pattern, right? Falling wedge. So, what's a falling wedge pattern intraday with this? Oh, target might be somewhere up here. So, if you're a breakout trader, then this is a breakout to the upside. If you were shorting, you were shorting the trend line. Well, why is it not working now? Anyway, E-mini breaking down. 27, 26, 25. Beautiful. Let's go fill that gap at 05. What's the move here as the E-mini breaks down? Go sell your tech stocks and buy Rocket. I'm kidding. Flight to safety in Rocket. Oh, sorry, Kyle, you asked a question earlier. So the Sierra chart equity feed is like a separate feed. Yeah, it is. I'll log into Sierra chart and list them out for you, so that it's a little easier. I realize a lot of people, a fair amount of people struggle with we'll just say the nomenclature of Sierra chart. That's what it is. I used to do engineering technical writing, and that's where you take a bunch of engineers gobbledygook and make it legal for consumption as well as clarification. And I'll tell you right now, Sierra chart needs a technical writer, but whatever. I'm not here to bash Sierra chart. They're a great software. Uh, they're a great platform. They do a really good job. It's just if they were to fix some of their documentation, even though it's very good in some respects, it's thorough. But if they were to make things flow a little bit better, I don't think that they have enough. They don't have enough people there to handle the inflow of customers that they would have. All right, I think that's one of the main obstacles to their business model right now. And I think getting rid of the broker, I don't know, the brokers handling billing will actually help them clear a lot of that up. So, but there are still some outstanding issues. But anyway, that's my opinion. I could be completely out of line. So it's called the Sierra Chart Exchange Data Feed, and it's real-time data for non-CME exchanges. And it's 25 bucks, and then it's for 250 real-time basically symbols, and then on your activated other exchange, it's the US equities, the NYSE, NASDAQ, Amex exchange feed. So, 35 bucks. Uh-oh. Zoom, zoom. High and tight here on, let's see. Hold on. Get rid of this DOM. High and tight here on Rocket. Let's see how it goes. Looks populicious. What I mean by high and tight is just it's consolidating out of this recent low pretty tightly. See that? So you could you could anticipate a drawing a line here for the consolidation, something like that. So as long as it stays within this area and consolidates against that little area, and then it starts to break. Just depends. We'll see how it goes. But, right, it doesn't look bad. Gotta give it time though. Gotta work through all that supply. There is a lot of supply up here, so yeah. Anyway, look at the E-mini taking out 25. Now back up under the prior lows of 33 and a half, 33 and a quarter. What a day to trade breakouts, right? Sucks. So we're now into resistance here at 35 with the E-mini. That's the 10 is 36 actually. 10 SMA. So we'll see. Anyway, we can get rid of this now. And maybe put something a little more smart on there. Right? Like that. And maybe we stop showing all of these orders. There you go. A little bit more clear, isn't it? Oh. Oh. There we go. Now it's a little easier to see. I had someone ask me on one of the comments, do you ever trade your real account? I said, absolutely, every day. But do I do so on YouTube? No. I'm doing it on another screen. So no, I'm not going to compete with you guys. I don't like competing. Looks like stops got hit here. Let's move some of these to BE. Let's see. Did we reduce? Yep, see? That BE button just moves stops to break even based on entry. So if you entered here, 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 all the way in through this area, it's going to move the stop to break even. So I know I entered some in here. So I knew that was an easy way for me to reduce risk. Anyway, should start getting rid of some here. Let's see. Trade mode. Okay, yeah, there it goes. Look at all those stops now. Right at break even. So you would want this candle to continue to find momentum to the upside and go back into value for today. Right? See, this is value. If we get a hard rejection at value, then you usually do get a pullback at value, right? But if you get a hard rejection and let's say it pulls back to here but keeps going, and this blue line is value. If it keeps going, it's also volume node right here. So if you get like, we come to here and then we come back, we don't hold this structure here, this little flag structure that we were looking at, then you just probably just want to be out of the trade. There we get rid of some of those limit buys. There you go. And we'll move the whole thing up here. Move all those stops into profit. That's fine. Yeah, look at the E-mini. Faked everybody out. That's awesome. I like that kind of trading. Get everybody going the wrong way. Just pain. Can you trade non-breakout environments? That is the question, isn't it? I think that's where figuring out where you're strong and where you're weak comes into play, you know? Are you a breakout trader? Do you like strong trend days? Well, if you get huge initial balance, like a huge initial balance kind of day, and, you know, consider maybe not trading that day. If you're a trend guy, or gal, that's probably not the kind of setup for you. Let's see. A little bit weak here. Let's see. See if it pops back up. Not a lot of convicted buying here so far. We'll see. A little bit of size. There we go. Maybe I'm being impatient. Either way, broke out of this little area, retested it, now bouncing. So let's see. If we break that, then not great. You know, the pattern right now, because we have so much overhead volume, might be something like, right? Like, whatever. I'm just like this. I might even do something like this. I don't know. And then like maybe tonight or tomorrow or something. But, you know, we are coming into the close here, so I have another hour and 15 minutes. Volume should pick up here in the next probably 45 minutes. So there we go. Kind of ugh. Not the best. 10 SMA. A little bounce there. Some aggressive buying. I see a lot of this price action as really shitty routing for some people. It's not like futures. It's like, yep, if you're on Robinhood and you're buying here, it's like, yep, they're routing you to a market maker up here. And then prices instantly fall down here and you're like, what? And that's why you get this really sucks. But it's free. It's free. No, it's not. You're paying a lot in really shitty fees or shitty fills. Well, after all that, only up $1,000. Look at all that risk. But that's trading. That's day trading. That's why only a small percentage make money at day trading. Day trading doesn't mean being in trades all day long. It just means you should be really, really, really fucking patient and only enter when you get these phenomenal kind of setups. Too many people make the mistake of putting their whole account excuse me, on one thing and trying to treat the setup like it's an investing kind of setup. Oh, I'm going to ride the trend with their whole account. That is stupid. Look at this stock. Like, do you really? I mean, look at the daily. I know fools that were like, this can only go up. I'm adding. Oh, pullback? I'm adding. And where are they at now? Well, I can't day trade it anymore because my count is now below 25K, but I believe in the company. God, it's not how you. Yeah, it's just diversify a little bit. Spread your risk out. Don't treat trading like it's a slot machine. That is a path. That's a way that you have a path to the poorhouse. Right? This is just a bear flag looking to break down even more possibly. But it's dropped so much. Well, yeah, look where it is. See all this? Look. This should never have violated this or this or this or this whole area of essentially point of control if this was bullish. It never should have violated this area, right? So if it didn't bounce here on a daily chart above this area, yeah, could it bounce like this? Yeah, sure, but take your cues. Did it bounce here? Nope. Was that volume? Yeah. Right? So if institutions were wanting to aggressively buy this thing, they would have already been doing it here. That's a healthier kind of play. But instead, you just violated everything. Trend lines, horizontal support resistance, right? Take the cues and just get the fuck out, you know? There's no, don't guess. Look at that. I mean, right? Look. That should have been support. Instead, it was a death wick. Anyway, I'm not an advisor. I'm just saying. This is my opinion. Who the fuck knows what this is going to do in the upcoming days or weeks? You know, the news might change. Insiders might be buying. I don't know. There's some volume. But don't treat it like a slot machine. Don't treat it like it's Vegas. Trading should not be that. That's for sure. Take the context of the market. Anyway. It's a nice clean pattern now. Look. Really nice pattern. It's more of a ascending broadening formation. It's not really like a, what do you call that? Symmetrical broadening formation, i.e. megaphone. It's not that. Right? It's kind of like what I have in mind is it's this kind of pattern, right? Not good. Not bullish. But There are folks who find value. If you bought here and you sold the bouncer, you're fucking happy, right? And you do often get, if it violates the lows like this, right? Especially this last low, you'll get shorts covering. Or you just get people looking for value based on rate of change or something. They'll just buy. So it's a decent play if you could play small. But now look, rejecting at the 200. Ugh, God, it's so ugly. I have friends that are in this. Sorry if you're listening. I said go small because you don't know what's going to happen. They're like, this is my meal ticket. Okay. Right. Same thing with people who are in Bitcoin. It's like, yep, I'm in 50% of my net worth is in Bitcoin or 75%. It's like, oh, okay. You haven't seen enough market cycles, but oh. But Mike, you told me to dump everything. Well, yeah, I told you to dump everything last cycle above 10K. Just take profit. And at the lows, I said could be another cycle and probably a high. We'll probably see another Bitcoin high of 20,000. Who knows where it goes after that? So if you're buying here, I'd sell there and then just wait and see. See if it's strong. See if it, makes higher highs and higher lows, right? See how it gets there. Is it perfectly parabolic? Well, if it is, then take profits and wait. You don't have to ride the whole trend. You're not going to be hitting a hole in one in golf every day. You're not going to buy lows and sell highs in the stock market. So don't trade that way, please. But the fact that people do trade that way today, all the Robin Hooders trade that way today, is the reason why our indexes and our stocks look the way like that they do. Right? You get huge moves to the downside, huge moves to the upside. That is a byproduct of all of retail being able to play and have really good access to the markets. So learn something from those larger patterns and just recognize when things get really stupidly extended, you don't have to catch the top, you don't have to catch the bottom. If you catch 30 or 40% of the move, you are doing incredible. There goes the E-mini back into range. Where's Rocket? Let's see. 29.35. Anyway. Someone asked me to do a risk management position sizing video, and I'm gonna do it, but have a feeling a lot of people aren't gonna like what I have to say. I think people who want to be in this for years and enjoy trading and understand a little bit more about what trading is about, they'll enjoy it. But some folks are going to be disappointed when I say you shouldn't be trading 5 E-mini contracts with the $5,000 account. But believe it or not, I've heard stupid shit like that from supposedly experienced futures traders. And then you wonder why people can't hold a position. And their stops are all wrong and they just get chopped up trading the E-mini every day. It's because 5 contracts with a $5,000 account, unless you're very experienced, is gonna, and you know what A++ setups are and how to buy with trend, you're gonna get wrecked. You are gonna get wrecked. heard a lot of people say dumb shit like that. And you can mathematically, you can show that just looking at expectancies, win rates, the Monte Carlo effect on your account. So for an account that's controlling $300,000 plus notionally, right, with the day trade margins, etc., you can show that your drawdown in a matter of like a few trades can absolutely wreck your account, and then you're trying to recover your account losses will take you weeks. And from my discussions with people on Twitter, that is basically what happens to most e-mini traders, is that they're constantly in a state of playing catch up after a big, quote unquote, big losing day. But if you had a $100,000 account and you played 5 contracts and you lost, I don't know, $1,200 to $1,500 on a trade, would that freak you out? No, but you lose $1,200 to $1,500 with the $5,000 or $10,000 account. Shit, that's 10 to 15%, right? Or 20 to 30%, right? Depending on the account size. So yeah, Christopher, I think that's a uh, I think that's good position sizing. But again, people don't really treat the stock market and futures like it's a long term. Everyone wants to get rich quick with investing a tiny amount of money. They don't want to build up their accounts slowly and preserve capital and play consistently. They want to treat it like a slot machine, right? Throw $1 in and get 10,000 back. And I'm just saying that mind frame is going to wreck the majority of traders. Again, I'm glad that the majority of retail traders view the markets like that, and all these new micro traders that are out there that are over leveraging as well. I love the fact that people don't understand that, because that's why you get these big swings, because if people are over leveraging and they don't know how to trade. So I mean, I love playing against people like that, but if you're on my live stream and you're asking for my opinion, and I'm being honest, that's my honest opinion, is that people don't know how to position size correctly. And I partially know that from experience. I've made a lot of the same stupid mistakes. I just realized, oh, I'm not doing something right here. It's like I win, 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 big loser. Win, 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 huge loser. Win, 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 devastating loser. All the while, my psychology gets more and more fucked, and then I'm because you're in that win, 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 and then you get smashed upside the head. You're constantly playing with fear then because of your own stupidity. So, and that causes its own set of problems. Yeah, looks like range on the Rocket Man. It's not so rockety, is it? And the volume's drawing up. That's what I was saying. All the size traders get out. So I got in. I got out. I play that. You know, I talk about this about the E-mini all the time. When you look at the footprint, the size traders are the HFTs, right? They're the institutions. They're the market makers a lot of times, but they're size trading with ones and twos and stuff like that. But they're building huge positions, but they're de-risking that position 8 to 12 ticks apart. That's what they do. You look at the volume nodes on the footprint. That is what they do. Yeah, you could just see all these little volume nodes, right? Build, 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 expand, de-risk. Build, 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 expand, de-risk. And then sometimes you run into a level that's bigger, where traders are just willing to sell that level, right? And then you know a move is coming out of that area that's much bigger proportionally to the area that the consolidation is in. Like the E-mini's doing right now, by the way. There is if you want to call it de-risking, it's you know, 6 to 7 ticks of de-risking going on. Oftentimes that's just a positions building. So let's see. Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of there are a lot of systems out there being sold that primarily target the mindset of getting rich quickly. And it's like, oh, well, if you have a $10,000 account and you just play 4 E-mini contracts, right? Look at the wealth that you can compound. And it's like, oh, if you can just make 2 points a day on those 4 contracts, that's 4, 8, yeah, 2 times 4, 8 times 50, yeah, $400, right? That's $400 a day. But that $400 a day is compounding every day. That assumes you're winning like that every day. In reality, to catch 2 points and not stop out in the E-mini is very hard to do. So you're better off playing smaller contract size, widen your stop out until you can learn to read the footprint accurately and have tighter stops. But that's so appealing because, you know, when you start to compound that shit, you put it in a compounding calculator. You know, if you do 1% compounding a day, you're a millionaire in a year easily with 10,000. I think you are. I don't know. Let me see. I think I have a compounding calculator here somewhere. Let's take a look. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's see. Where is it? Weekly compounding calculator. There it is. All right. Principal. Let's make sure I'm all the way over. Yep. All right. Principal. $10,000. Your multiplier, let's say it's 0.00 or 0.01, right? Or 1% per day. All right, you're not a millionaire. What was I thinking? Let's make sure I've got this right. Yeah, you're up 100,000 at the end of 100 and yeah, you're up 103,000. Oh, what is that doing in there? At the end of a year, not including weekends and all of that. So let's see. If you go 20,000, you're at 226. If you go, let's say 40,000 at 1% a day, you're at half a mil. Yeah, so it's kind of interesting. Anyway, a lot of these guys aren't even saying 1%. They're saying more than that. Like 5%. At 5%, you're a billionaire. That's compounding. At 2.5%, you're up to 4 million with 10,000 in principal. At 1.5%, you're at 400,000. Right? At 2%, you're a millionaire. That's what it was. 1.25 million, assuming you compound 2% for a year of futures trading with 10,000 initial principal. As a trader, do you think you can grow your size like that? don't think so. So don't treat it that way. If you start out with 10,000 and you do, I don't know, 0.25% per day, 0.0025, you make 8,000 a year. Peter Brandt has got what 40, 50 years of futures trading experience. He says 30 to 40% per year trading futures, and you're doing a damn good job. So that would be an even better return than that. That's at 0.25% on your total capital per day, right? Starting out making 25 bucks a day. So consistently, and then after a few hundred days, you're up to 40 bucks. I think that's doable, because you're going to have some downside days, but you have to control risk, right? So, your risk reward and your win rate and figuring that out, it definitely makes a lot of sense to figure out if you're going to be profitable and not just hope for the big payout. Yeah, Christopher, I do a weekly composite, which I like to look at. I don't really do the monthly. No, I do look at the monthly, but I don't look at it as often. So I look at the weekly composites every day, just to give me an idea of where we might be going intraday. But it's just one piece. It's not always the best piece of information, but sometimes you get right. You can see on the weekly that rotationally prior weeks have left big volume gaps, so that if we go back there, you can look at the way price typically moves. It'll go back to those gaps of volume, right? The auction process will go test to see, like, hey, are we going to find value in that area, right? So, people take profit and then they want to buy back at value, right? And it takes a while for institutions to smartly buy back at levels without tipping everybody off that they're buying. So they buy and accumulate slowly over days. And that's where looking at T+2 matters. It's nice for, it's really nice for 2 to 4 day rotation. But if you get like a humongous move, like, okay, we look on our daily for the ES, it got that massive rip to the upside, one of the biggest days in S&P history, right? And here we are now pulling back from that, right? You can just look at it from a T+2 perspective. You put T+2 and then just put it on only like an intraday or RTH chart, and then look at the rotations. Once we close on highs, and then overnight we break through certain levels, you can kind of see what's happening rotationally. So we're either in a distribution zone here, or we're in an accumulation zone on the E-mini. But we are not in a trending, so we're in a consolidation before a big move on the E-mini. So we are building strength for some kind of move in the E-mini. So I'm reminded to look left at my picture that says Wall Street Panic as stocks crash. Billions lost. Wave of selling engulfs the financial market. October 24th, 1929. And tell myself, anything can happen. Just look at the whole COVID thing. So control risk. Don't go all in on any one name. Have a stop. See, this is I know I've mentioned it a gazillion times when it comes to huge initial balance ranges that don't ever expand to 50%. But here it is, right? Here's today, right? Initial balance. Someone told me Jim Dalton's not using initial balance, but whatever. I still find a lot of edge in it. Right? Here's 50% of the initial balance here, extended from the edge of balance. So we fail to essentially make a trend. And we just come right back into value. And the purple is value, right? We're right back in it. So you can play those setups, right? Just fading the breakouts. It's kind of what I was saying earlier. Like you can see that today, the path of greatest pain is just to torture all the breakout traders. So if you identify that, then play it. I just have very specific rules for myself. If I play A++ setups and I meet goals, then typically I stay the fuck out. I don't like giving money back, even if I was right here. I don't like continuing to play when I've identified that it doesn't meet all my criteria for a great trade. So hindsight traders love to point that out, like, well, then why aren't you playing? You called it right. Well, it's categories of trade. That's all. My day is a lot more enjoyable if I'm not playing protecting capital, because I've lost capital by not following those rules well. I should say I've lost more capital than I've gained by not following that rule. So I don't know. Maybe my B plus setups, if they give me a 60% win rate as opposed to 50-50 or something, maybe they're not really B plus setups. I don't know. This wasn't even a B plus for me. This is like, eh. What would have made it a better setup is if this range was, say, from here to here, right? And then like 50% would be, say, somewhere down here. But the gap fill, which is 3805 or something like that. This is an older gap fill, but there's a gap fill right here. It's not showing on this chart. If the filling the gap was here, right? And then there was like a point of control and then an LVN, and we were in this wide IB, and we tried to break down, and then you could just see that there was no momentum. Boom, then I'd buy. That would be different, just because there's other context, there's other correlations. But this, to me, even with the singles, it's just not great, right? This teal color is, go back, see, it's the overnight session, right? Here's previous TPO. Volume point of control up here, right? Previous large cash close here, I think on volume. Yeah, it was a big volume day right here. So that's what we're bouncing off of, right? You see this green line? That's an old T plus 2. And I think it was like 100 and something thousand contracts on the cash close. So that's where we're at. That's what's providing some of that support. But man, given that the next day we flushed it, right? And now we're all the way above it and coming back to it, right? So maybe that's why it's such a weak bounce right now. Still turnover inventory on a huge cash close like that, but it's not great. So yeah, this is not my setup for those reasons. Yeah. Nice bounce though into 45. You can see that prior structure here acted like resistance. Oh. And I just realized I have my TPO chart off the screen, so you guys have no idea what I'm talking about. Dumb. Here. I'm talking about, you see this green line? That's the cash close on huge volume that day. Huge. Right? So we're 2.5 mil contracts. So what we're bouncing off, see this green line here? That's a T plus 2. Okay. So for this so we have a huge cash close here on volume. That's what we're bouncing off of, right? But what else structurally are we pushing into? All right, here's the TPO from this day. All right, kind of a P shape, so shorts. I mean, shit, it was a big push up, but anyway, this was on volume too. So anyway, my point is that I can't remember everything I said, but I would prefer for this whole structure to be here, the initial balance from here to here, and then 05 be not quite 50% extension, have a huge initial balance, and then I would go long initial balance. In hindsight, yeah, was this the play? Yeah. But what I was talking about earlier is the next day you had a flush, right? Off of this high volume area or cash close, high volume cash close. And then all this coming back up. And now we're coming back to this cash close where a lot of people like to get short because they think high volume closes on lows is bearish, very bearish. But it wasn't bearish for the next few days, right? So this T plus 2 happens to be where it looks like there's some covering going on, right? And then with the big initial balance today, you've got traders both long and short getting chopped up. It's hard to extend out because positionally traders are, it's not like you're breaking out of a tight consolidation and one set of traders are right and then you just trend, right? You've got massive initial balance where it bounces like crazy. So shorts are out of position, longs are out of position, so you just get more chop through this area, but you're not getting any follow through outside of initial balance. So that's what I was talking about when this wasn't on the screen. So sorry about that. This is what happens when you talk for whatever, 3 hours or something. And just had maybe 3 eggs and that's it. Some coffee. Brain starts to maybe fry a little bit. Let's see. Sad on this whole rocket thing. I'm thinking about the guys on Trader TV, I don't like seeing people get smoked. I hope because they were buying like crazy and through here. And they were saying, "I'm taking some out, taking some out, taking some out, but this thing we're hoping it's going to run." I think they're Canadian. Anyway, I especially like Canadians, and it seems like they're so much more chill than all of us high-strung Americans. Anyway, I hope they didn't keep adding and then getting wrecked. It just, that would suck. But this is what happens. All right. Uno, dos, tres. there's definitely a lot more folks interested in trading the E-mini on my channel. Which is not surprising, but the concurrent viewers here on YouTube is especially lacking when I have something up called, whatever, targeting these volatile movers. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. There you go. Let's do it this way too. Tesla's getting crushed. Crushed. Look at that. Crazy that I made my money in here. Jeez. That is crazy. I've not been paying attention. Jeez Louise. Anyway, there's your big move. So I was talking about on Twitter. A nice move. Jeez. Who wants to buy this? Again, Tesla on the daily. Ignore this bar. Breaking the trend for sure. Who is it? Larry Tentarelli. He's a good trend trader. He uses the 50 SMA. Let's see. Let's copy the 200. Let's duplicate it. Put some settings on that bad boy. Let's go 50. What color do we want it? Let's call it 50. Let's go to subgraphs. Call the short name 50. What color do we want to make this thing? Green. Green for it makes you a lot of money if you're in trend. Let's see. Broke the 50. See? Broke it. What a parabolic move, man. Anyway, you shouldn't be surprised that Tesla's pulling back like this. I know everyone wants it to go forever, but and I think it's a great company. But again, these kind of parabolic moves require digestion. Sorry, it's just the name of the game. Let's see, scale settings, log. Look at that. There's your log scale. Look at that, curving it. That curve is ugly. Charting Tesla without log scale is probably not the best idea. Jeez. That's not a bad area to buy in the 600s. So if you're scaling into all this weakness, this isn't bad if you want to go with trend. But man, it can pull back a lot more, can't it? I'm not saying the whole move. I'm saying like even the 200 or something, 485 to 560 by the time maybe we get there. is that setting? I don't think it's here. Nope. Well, I don't know where the setting is I'm looking for. But geez Louise. Maybe it's in tools. Go find it. Don't make changes to these settings for months and you can't remember where they are. Log, scale, trend, lines, and Sierra chart. Curving. I think they call it curving. Why are my trend lines curving after upgrade? This is because this is a log. They're now properly drawn on a logarithmic scale. There you go. Should be out in a week, okay? There's a global scale. Setting to change. Okay, where's that global setting? Support curved lines on logarithmic scale. Where is that? General tool settings. Okay, global. Where's general tool settings? Oh, tool settings. Yeah. All right. So anyway, log scale trend lines should be curved, but you know, we're not used to doing that, are we? And it makes sense. Think about logarithms and how they move. Let's see. Where is it? There it is. Support curved lines on logarithmic scale. No. Apply all. There it goes. See it change? There. This is partially why people get trend lines wrong. And then they bounce in areas that they're like, what? Why is it not bouncing properly? Or they use arithmetic. You gotta use a log scale on something like Tesla. Interactive scale. Okay. Scale settings. Linear. Look. So where are you gonna put your trend line? Anyway, that's why I like horizontal support and resistance levels. This is nice. It's not a bad area to get long. This here is not bad. Not bad at all. This is not bad at all either. So we'll see. see how it works. You would want to wait for Tesla to somewhat set up like this, and then, if you have a trend line like this, set up, set up. Right? Notice that's April, right? So you could be patient. It's not like you have to buy Tesla right now. Wait for it to start to curl up or something. Try to buy it on a pullback or go in small, They have earnings coming up. This is a good, nice dip. You don't. If Tesla just went sideways and then started to break out before earnings, could it continue to be strong? Yes, but this leaves room for upside if earnings are good. You'll probably just get a 100-point bar or something like that. So go chart the Nasdaq top 25, or go chart the S&P top 25 by market cap, right? See where things are. Things should consolidate a bit here, especially tech. I know that there's big talk about sector rotation into commodities, etc., and that's probably going to happen, right? But that's not going to keep up. That's not going to keep the indexes afloat. So if you're rotating into those, the market cap weighting is just not enough to propel the S&Ps and the Nasdaq from corrections. So that's a healthy thing. You don't want to continue having this sort of ridiculous move on the indexes. So anyway, back into the buy zone. I said I'm long Tesla, and I am on my retirement. So buy some more when it gets a little lower. Not all in. Not in the slightest. Anyway, I've had my YouTube chat off. Let's see. Oh, not much going on. I'm always interested in the E-mini, so I'm watching it on another screen. But in the spirit of analyzing what I say I'm going to analyze on this live stream, I am focused on Tesla here. Let's see, what's Rocket doing? P&D, pump and dump. Okay, tried to break that little lower trend line. Now we're ripping back up, back to the upside here. Go punish everybody in this channel. Punished the shorts. Capitulated the longs who are, if you're in a big position right here and you couldn't realize that this was weakness, right? Not even getting to value. And it came back off as it starts to, if you're freaking out and your position size is too big and you're searching on Twitter and, well, I didn't even draw the trend line that well, but you're searching on Twitter, you're freaking out, you're trying to find a reason to hold underwater. As it comes down into these lows and makes new lows, you're freaking the fuck out. You're like, shit, this thing it's kind of consolidating. It might just roll over and dump another $5 or $10, and that is possible. So you dump it, and then it's rule of three, and then breakout traders go long or go short, and then it pops, and then they all get stopped. And if the trend is down, and you're market making, right? You're making money here. So, yeah, they're just vicious. Look at that E-mini off 18 points off of the pop here. 7.6 ATR, so that's on a 5-minute 14 period ATR. Dang it, I just can't help myself. I got to talk about the E-mini. It's nice. My family is at Target doing some shopping. But I miss them already. Let's see. You know, if you're listening and you have requests, or you want me to talk about something specifically, when I don't get a lot of interaction, I might go on some of these side rants, or start mentioning my family or something. So I'm only on here. I'm not making money to be on here. This is entertainment for me. So if you guys want to have a real specific conversation about trading, man, I am, and you want to get me fired up, just interact a little bit with me, and I will. That's what gets me going. A little bit of interaction. So otherwise, I feel the need to almost apologize for all these side rants. Let's see, what else do we have? Gamestop is basing. Look at that. Look at that little beast. What is going on here? What is going on? Did GameStop actually sell some stock and then use that money to create a partnership that could actually propel their business? God, that would make me so happy. I want to hear that one of these days. GME sells stock, makes a shit ton of money off of it, takes the cash and does something really smart with it. It's kind of like Blockbuster. They had such good branding, they just had bad leadership. It's like Blockbuster Online or Netflix just stole the show. Blockbuster could have had it, that whole market space. Just a bunch of dinosaurs. Couldn't keep up. Hope GameStop's not a dinosaur. Look at, so Warren Buffett reduces his Apple position, and what do we get? Everybody going, oh my gosh, I need to sell Apple. I think he announced it up here somewhere. So now all of these Buffett acolytes are like, I gotta get rid of Apple. I gotta dump it. It's a pretty crazy move. Who says Warren doesn't do TA? For this kind of move, why not? Why wouldn't you? And it was so beautiful. Again, I don't chart all my stocks here on Sierra. I'm gonna start to, right? I'm gonna do my weekly. I'll probably have like 50 symbols that I'll chart on a weekly basis, and I'll chart them all up and get all my levels in there. I'm just looking at this composite volume profile here. And then I'll have it all in Sierra chart. But right now I do it all in Thinkorswim. And I have years of charting in there. All kind of bases and prices and alerts. I'll have to do that in Sierra chart. I've got the buttons for them, right? Symbol alert, that kind of thing. Just a button up here. So you can put a comment on there, and then it'll bring up my alert. Yeah, just the whole thing. But it doesn't show up on the chart that there's an alert there, which maybe there is a way. I wonder if there is a way to show alerts on Sierra chart. Yeah, Christopher. I've talked about that, man, probably more than 10 times on various live streams, pointing that out. And I've gotten comments ranging from, oh, that's interesting, to, hey, Dalton doesn't use IB anymore. Do you still think it's useful? And, I do. I think it's very useful. Again, it gives me some context. It's a quick way for me to realize that the first 60 minutes of trade, which was where a lot of traders position, if it's choppy like that, usually won't lead to any kind of trend, especially when it's up and down like that. So I do find, let's see, I do find it's useful. I'm reading your question. Is there a IB range value? I mean, off the top of my head, no. But just using common sense, when the IBs start to range up and increase in size, then one, there's volatility, right? Especially around volume. So, the market's either consolidating, um, or it's just, it implies indecisive markets, and that's what you're seeing right now. So, when IB ranges down into the 15 to 20 area, then you typically get into a more trending market. That's just my experience. But I don't have any data set on that or anything. Anyway, there goes Tesla. Man, where was S&P inclusion on Tesla? Was it here? Right? This big volume? So I know they mentioned the other day. Oh, we're below where Tesla was added to the S&P, where big money had to buy. It's interesting. Thomas Thornton, I guess he's got some back testing that he did on S&P inclusion and stuff like that. He usually says it's the kiss of death. And then when it rallied like that, everyone said, oh, well, that's wrong. But that's one hell of a reversal off these levels. But that's, golly, that's pretty, this is pretty parabolic. I mean, come on. Look at that. I mean, that's some kind of move right here. Even if we pull back all the way to 500, I'd still be bullish Tesla. Look at the 200. That would be the healthiest thing. I would just buy it and hold it. Buy it and hold it. To be honest, this isn't a bad area to buy for earnings right here. It's just not. You could scale in here, get some chop, and then foop. Might even get some sort of pretty wide channel like that, where it just kind of comes in here, makes bounces again, and then earnings rolls around right about here. I think late. Was it? Is it April or May? It might be May. So if it's May, earnings are here. It's one of the other reasons to use a thinkorswim is they'll give you like an earnings estimate here, right? With the little earnings label. So Thomas Thornton, yeah. He's a bit of a bear sometimes, but he's one of the few bears out there with a fairly good thesis a lot of times. And I don't follow a lot of people on Twitter. I have, but some guys are just like, Northman Trader, and there's a few other guys out there. It's like, you are selling something. You just like losing money. Nice bounce here with Tesla. Bouncing with the S&Ps here. Anyway. See, it loads fairly fast. Oh, whoa. There's some bad bar data. Okay, gotta reload it. Go click on a chart where we want to load it from. Delete and download. Starting from that time, that was some bad bar data. Look at that. Look at that bounce on Tesla here. It just happens to coincide with where LVN is. But it can show you the power of higher time frames. Excuse me. Like you know him well in person, or you just know his Twitter. Excuse me. Man, look at that move on the E-mini. Up to 39, straight back down to 33. Just ripping the book. Oh, okay. I like his Twitter trolling. He just doesn't give a shit, you can tell. It's like people take things so seriously. Like, really? So I get a good laugh from that once in a while. Again, I'm not very active on Twitter. I don't watch feeds all day. So, oh, look at the S&Ps. 10 minutes till. Oh, nice move right there. I can only lament that I missed it from the sidelines. And Tommy's not a perma bear. It's just typically when he says there's a buy, it goes way higher than he thinks probably. But I see a lot more, and again, I'm not subscribed to his service or anything. I just see a lot more sell countdown nines. TD9s, that's what it is. He likes using the DeMark. Sierra chart has the TD9, which, and they've been talking a long time about getting the full DeMark studies in, and someone's been working on it, but I don't know where they're at with that. Apparently the guy is reading the book in depth and trying to get it all right. So let's see. What is it? DeMarc? There you go. DeMarc. No, maybe it's TD. Yeah, I don't know where it is. Where is it in Sierra chart? You know what? I have it as another study on my other. Let's see. Where's the TD9? Where are you? So many studies up here. Let's see. Oh, TD9. Okay. All right. First, let's go change this. Oh, nice selling into the close. I like it. Trading the nines? Oh, it might be trading the nines. I was just gonna. There it is. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Okay, apply it. So what's Tesla in? So there was a sell countdown 9 and recycled. Someone said go long here. I was like, nah. The way I saw Tesla was this. Let's see. We had balance. Okay. Like this. And then we had a failed breakout. And then we made a lower low relative to this zone. Then we made a lower high right at the edge of balance. Then we rolled. We tried it again and failed. Couldn't do it. And someone had asked me right in here, this is a buy, and I said, it would not surprise me for us to do this, consolidate, and then roll over. And that's exactly what happened. And I posted some Adam Grimes book art. Sorry, my mic isn't even close. Christopher, you are the man. Good memory. Anyway, I posted some Adam Grimes book diagrams, etc. Look at that Tesla just ripping. There you go. 6 minutes until the close. Let's go fill that gap. I mean, you know, if you want to be a bull, you gotta get these you gotta flush the inventory. Flush it. Flush it all. I am totally fine by that. Flush it all. See that? We have 4 minutes left till the close. We just dumped 62,000 contracts on the E-mini in that last 5-minute bar. Just saying. It's at resistance now, very short term, just structurally at 25. If it rejects off 25, then it's probably gonna rip to the downside. There it is, right off 25. Flush it to 0525. We can make it. Come on. A little 20-point closing candle to the downside. Shred them. Close on 200,000 contracts at the close on the last 5-minute bar. That's what I'd like to see. We don't get it, whatever, but that's what I'd like to see. Just capitulate. Let's see, what's this book looking like all the way to 05s? It's thin. It's thin. Not crazy. It's thin all the way to 3,800 even. But few contracts stacking up above 05. And you do have zones, right? Short term, we've got some bids coming up here. 3 minutes left. I'd say just dump it. Dump it all into the close. Anyway, what are these counts looking like? Let's go recycle it. Let's get a 9 count all the way down here on Tesla. Let's do it. It's a few weeks of pain into the 200. And then when everyone's saying Tesla's dead, I'll buy. And I will buy. That is something that I have no problem doing. For whatever reason, I'm built like that. That's probably because I just don't give a shit what other people say on Twitter. That's probably why I'm buying. You're like me, Christopher. I would retract that as well. Let's see. P. Liquidate them shorts. 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 We want to see some B's. We're not seeing B's, are we? You notice that? Just saying. What gave me pause about shorting this area for a breakout lower was this here and then the point of control. But dump it all. There goes the E-mini. 20 seconds. Come on. You can dump 13 points. That's nothing. Golly, this makes me happy. Dump it. Dump your Tesla. Ding, ding, ding. All right. 88,000 contracts on these lows. Not enough. Not enough. Go fill that gap. Go fill it. See? Look. Go fill it. See the gap? Go fill it. All the way. Go fill it. Anyway. You know, I don't. There's all that video. Wouldn't it just be there anyway? Right? Because it's not going to show up as the message being retracted if in the earlier stream, right? Unless it does. I don't know if you rewind it right now. I don't know, maybe it treats the yeah, I don't know how that works with the chat. If you want, I'll just take down the stream. It's not an especially useful stream today. No, I see that they're all gone, but okay, well, whatever. This isn't an especially useful video today. Anyway, let's get that TD9 study off of there. I want it with the full 13. That's why I don't really use it much. I do use it on high time frame charts a little bit. There you are. Remove. Which was what I was looking at on my other screen, opening up stuff. And okay, where'd my TD9 go? So look at this. Look at this volatility. This is what I was talking about. Right there. Retracing the whole move. Man, on a bar like this, I see wrecked traders. You know how many people got signals to go long? And they're going to be, how many people on a daily are just going long from 50 to 65 or something? Right. And then you had the volume point of control here in the 40s from prior days. So it's like, yeah, this is Mr. Blow You Out kind of move. Just, and one, two, third. So it would not surprise me to see us violate this trend line, fill these gaps, back from 2-2 even. And we got poor structure all the way down here. All this, Biden elected, pricing in good things into the market. Right. No more Mr. Orangehead saying crazy things. So the market loved it. Just a little too much. Pullback would be good. Yeah. And this trend line is just asking to get shredded. Just asking for it. Even a pullback to 35, 3600. I know it sounds crazy. When I was shorting 3960s, everyone said I was crazy. It's breaking balance, right? And I did. If you guys remember, I did short it. So. But it was a measured move thing. I explained it all in a video. How I got there, blah, blah, blah. But I didn't make that much on it. I think I made like here to here. I covered in this area. But yeah. What's Helene Meisler's tweet? Nothing like price to change sentiment. We're all just monkeys following price, while the JP Morgans of the world dump or pump. Yeah. I think we're going to go into this composite here. All bars in chart. How about we do visible? Yeah, and we switch something out here. Visible bars. There you go. I like that. Allows us to see a little bit more. Now we can get a better view. Beautiful. Okay. I should have done that a little while ago. Top of value right here. Again, from here. that's a man. That's a fair amount of profit. If you're big and you're a trend trader and you're an institution and you're just buying and you're big money, it's a lot of profit to take still. If you think of, value, above value being profit or something. Interesting. Anyway, I do like that trend line to get violated, so it's gonna happen, I think. Oh, there's Tesla 650. If you were following me on Twitter yesterday, I bought Tesla here. I bought it here. And I bought it here. I was buying. And yeah. I lost money on it. I stopped out. For a day trade. It kind of sucked, but whatever. That happens. It's part of the game. Just because of these trend lines. I was thinking, and then it popped up and did the whole rule of 3 on a little bit higher time frame. Got all the shorts. This is where I wanted to get out, but I had to get out because of size in this area. I had to get out here. So I just got out and couldn't take on the risk overnight. I didn't want to. But it would have been the play. So, yep, it sucks, but, can't win them all. Easy in hindsight to buy here and sell here, but that's just not the way it works. This is a pretty vertical move for Tesla here. Broke support, so now it broke out of this balance area here, so right, just on a higher time frame. I had someone block me yesterday on Twitter. I didn't even know they blocked me. It just turns out I went on to another handle, and it just turns out that they block whoever says anything negative about Tesla. And I was actually buying Tesla yesterday, and they blocked me, I think, thinking that I was being a bear. When all I was really doing was pointing out, I think that there's going to be a whole bunch of people shorting here, and they're going to get stuck, and it's going to come back. It just didn't happen in the regular trading session, and then so I took my loss. So my timing was poor. All right, still breaking down on the E-minis. No bounce. I guess the bounces are decent, right? 3-4 points. But I wouldn't be long here. Nope, not here. Even with 90,000 contracts on the close. Different structure on the daily, different location, trend line wise. Oh yeah, this would be, pull back in a beginning of an uptrend or something and be like, oh yeah, swing trade it, but not here. And who knows, maybe everybody's thinking that, so we get a nice rally overnight. I don't know. But that's how I play it. Oh, look at Tesla. Just the writing's on the wall, isn't it? Right? Bounce, lower high, lower low. Breakout of a symmetrical triangle, right? How do you measure these things, right? Different ways to do it. Some people go from here to here, or they go from here to here. Me, I like to go here to here. All right, so the high to wherever the trend line is at the low, and then you know, if this is your consolidation, and then it breaks balance. So let's see. Let's chart calculator tool. So right there, we'll add this. So what is that? 103. So let's do. Where's the breakout here? 103, 104 new lows. 590 puts us in the $600 mark range. Yep, I'd be a buyer there for a day trade all day long, even though it's breaking this low all day long. That's what makes it more appealing, actually. So we'll just leave this on this chart. It's a little sloppy, but that's okay. Here, change the color. And we'll make this a little bit cleaner. Man, where is my family? They must be having a good time. So my wall art from China came in. It was the wrong thing. And somebody else's name was on the box. Oh, Coinbase giving me alerts. Time to sell? It's the contrarian in me. Same with Bitcoin. I bought Bitcoin at 40. What was it? 44 and a half. I sold some 49s and bought some back 48s. Where's my sell? Oh, never mind. I'm all out. Sweet. I hit my target. So it was automatic for me. Now wherever it goes from here, I don't care. Wait for the next setup. Another liquidate those shorts kind of day. A little bounce here. Let's see. Resistance kind of becomes what? Just based on time on Tesla, like this area. That's resistance. And this is really heavy resistance. So yeah, we might bounce for the next overnight or something like that. Go collect some stops. Who knows? It's Tesla. Maybe it bounces really high. I don't know. Let's see that 30-minute chart again. Oh, do we have another weird candle? I think so. Just make a note of that. This is bar chart. Delete and download data from right there. That way it's not too much data. We start it from right. Just a few bars back. Okay. Weird candle. Maybe, well, no, I don't see. Let me take a look. Yeah, it might have been someone routing a trade somewhere. Yeah, that's what that was. Okay, whatever. Sometimes they do that and then they sell it down afterwards. Everybody freaks out. Just a routed trade. Wonder what the volume. Yeah, whatever. Tricks. Let's see. All right, where did the futures close here? Yep, right on the lows. And another 50,000 contracts here. Transacted after the cash close. Pretty good. Pretty good. Let's see what's the range on the cash close candle? 25 to 15, so 10-point range with 90,000 contracts. Yeah. Again, context, pretty bad trade location. Buying there is like, yeah, subject to get destroyed at the rule of 3 on the daily. Right? 1, 2, 3. Again, you guys can't see what I'm looking at. 1, 2, 3. So bad trade location to go long. But if you like to take risk, there you go. I certainly would not be going long here. Especially after the signal candle and then just a straight rejection down to the low. Oh, that's just so vicious. Hey, there's my family coming back home. It's not like this. Signal, candle, signal, and then a gentle kind of pullback, and then boom, gone. You know, I wonder what the dark index is doing. Let's see. The DPI, what is it? The DIX, DIX. Put the GEX on there too. Yep. Dark pools are still, I would say, sellers, but with a low GEX. High GEX acts like a brake, low GEX like an accelerator. Yep. It's not jumping off the chart bullish, that's for sure. From the dark pool index perspective. Where's Starbucks at today? Even Starbucks got kinda hammered. But not too bad. Relatively strong. Look at that. It's bouncing around after hours. No volume. See? Not bad at all, though. As a matter of fact, it looks good. Right? You can just say it's in trend. Would not be surprised to see this area hold here, but we'll see. Anyway, I'm going to go hang out with my family, so I will take down this stream as I don't think it's that useful, so unless I get a request here in the next 10 seconds not to take it down. But I don't see it as being a very useful stream today. So I will wait the 10 seconds. And if I don't see anything, I'll just I'll get rid of it. Okay, cool. Have a good one, folks.